Yeah, seriously, what's everyone up to? Come on, say hi. All right, we should be live on the YouTube and the Twitch. And yeah, thanks, Wubby. Yep, looks good to me. Oh, got to start the broadcast. Hold on, there we go. Okay, yeah, so we should be live on YouTube and Twitter. You are printing RC bodies. Remote control, like car bodies, right? Nice. I was always curious. Don't you typically want to do like lighter weight plastic for an RC body, just to get the most performance out of it? Oh, just little crawlers. Okay, so maybe not like racing RC. Because yeah, like they always use like the super thin, brittle plastic because every little bit of weight is slowing you down, right? But for a little crawler, like, who cares? You got the torque. Maybe the battery goes dead quicker, but whatever. But anyway, for the Twitter and the YouTube, is the YouTube actually working? Okay, yeah, it looks fine. Okay, so our plan for today is we were able to bring down the amount of tests or the amount of failing OpenAPI tests that we got. It was at like 50 or something. We just fixed 2 earlier today. We've got 2 left. And the 2 left are related to how we're doing our notifications, like polymorphic mumbo jumbo. So we'll fix that. And then after that, I think our next step is looking at, well, we should probably start building SDKs and documentation for those SDKs. We should probably then even start thinking about, well, what does building an MCP server look like? Because we'll want to build it from the MCP server properly, but we probably also... we're going to need to do auth a different way for an MCP server, or possibly allow both methods of auth, right? So one would be API key, sure, turn it loose. And another would be, do the OAuth thing to give yourself like a short-lived token to do stuff as well. And how do we do that, like, auth elicitation with an MCP server? And I am completely unaware, but I should probably figure that out. Especially because I'm giving a talk about MCP servers at Commit Your Code conference. So yeah, that's going to be mainly our plan for the next bit. And yeah, should be pretty fun. I do have a quick question. Who here is from the Bay Area? Get Kraken is going to be doing a happy hour in SF, I think like downtown. I forget the exact venue. But basically, in downtown, not like Palo Alto or any of that shit, right? Not in Oakland. So if it, I know people in the Bay Area are very particular about whether it's worth traveling what amounts to like a couple miles, but it's the same thing with here in Seattle. I really debate whether I want to go into Seattle because I'm technically over on the east side. Same idea, right? It's basically the exact same situation Oakland is in versus like the Bay Area, like versus SF proper. But we're going to have a free Get Kraken event, drinks, food, right? Appetizers, sliders. Could be a fun thing if you're in the Bay Area. So if so, just send me a message. Discord, I'll look here on Twitter or on Twitch. Twitter would work even, Yeah, just send me a message, let me know. But okay, so back to what we're doing. Technically, this schema is correct. I'm almost positive it's correct, but there's one thing that maybe we haven't documented properly for this yet. Let's give it a... Well, actually, we turned the clanker loose and asked it real quick. All right, so we've got a few flaws here. Verified at... yeah. Okay. Yep, so we're documenting stuff as an integer, but it's coming back as a string. Yeah. All right. Yep. So yeah, we got a bunch of issues there. The immediate cause is not the null Discord fields. Those are correctly marked. So yeah, I thought it was complaining about that. It's actually the inserted at and updated at. So that's our next step. Ooh. And actually, we should be verifying that we're doing the whole type string format datetime thing everywhere. Interesting. Okay. So it's really just going to be in our controllers. And yeah, funny thing, in the meeting I was just in, at least for like the Twitch crowd, they're the ones aware of that. Oh, real quick, thank you for the follow, Lucat. Yeah. Thank you for that follow 20 minutes ago. Appreciate you. They were talking about like how long I've been streaming or something. They threw out the number like 8,000 hours, streaming on Twitch. And I think they like, someone threw out that number as like, some wild, like, over the top number. It turns out I've actually streamed over like 15,000. So they were about halfway there. Like, damn. Since 2018, like 15,500 as of when I did that interview with Quincy from Free Code Camp. I think we're probably over 16K at this point. So yeah, I stream a lot. 625 days. Damn. Yeah. The watch hours. Oh, I can look this one up real quick. That one's easy enough to find. The watch hours one gets me. Hey, what's up, Brainless? Hold on. Yeah, let me just double check the watch hours thing. Here we go. Achievements. That's where I find it. 796,000 watch hours. I know it. Nothing. It's like paling in comparison to someone like Prime or Theo, right? But I do want to look that up real quick. So 796.57, or actually 796,570. Yeah. Divided by 24, divided by 365. Y'all have collectively watched me for 90, almost 91 years. That's fucking crazy. Because I'm not hitting Primogen numbers, Been streaming for 8, so I get about 10 watch years per year. It's pretty cool. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out. But okay, so let's go continue to fix a bunch of this stuff. So here we go into the controllers. And these required trues. I don't think those are. I mean, they weren't throwing errors, at least. So I'm not sure it's the right idea to fix that way, but good enough. So then, yes, we go back to these. We go more controller stuff. Come on, you know you want to. Just auto-complete it. Don't make me type the whole thing. All right, so yeah, we do something like that. Sure. And honestly, we could just turn the clanker loose on these, but I think it's fine for now. Just because, like, we need to update the descriptions too. And let me double check a thing here. Yep. Ooh, hold on. Let me just do a quick Twitter thing here. Okay, so yeah, we do that. This is org controller. We'll probably want to change that to team. Yeah, team versus org, but that's not the end of the world. I mean, let's get rid of these required trues because we can just have the clanker fix those for us. Okay, so that fixes at least those parts. What else did the clanker have for us, right? So inserted, updated it. We may be missing something in one of our responses in the notification controller. And actually maybe in the JSON. Yep. Updated it, added at least. All right. All right, so then verified at. Yeah. Nope. All right, so then this ends up being a string. And then here we do same thing for that. All right, so that feels like we've addressed most of that. Let's rebuild. And let's try it. Will it blend? What do we think? No failures yet. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, we got one failure in the fuzzing. Oh, scruffy nerf herder. Ah, shit. Okay, so hold up. What the hell did it send? Can't be blank. Oh, so we need like a min length. Okay, so so close. Oh, we probably don't need it there. Yeah. All right, so we just need it on params. Blue Ski, Lobsters, Hacker News. This is also params. All right, that's the response. We got the enum there. That's the response. Creating a lens. That is params. Yup. But yeah, what's up, Cosmic? How you doing? All right, this is probably response stuff. Yep. That is also response. Just co-working with StreamOn. I think that's the best use case for this stream. So yeah, appreciate it. Thanks. Me, I am doing well. Yes, that's response, that's params, that's params. Yeah, so we don't have that on there. We could probably just get rid of it. Oh, that's response stuff. Just double checking the ones that we may have missed. All right. So yeah, params, params. Cool. Response, response, response. Okay. So yeah, not quite done yet. Son of a bitch. I think I forgot a comma. Oh, yep. Honestly, yeah, we don't need these required trues. We at least want to be consistent about it. What you working on though, Cosmic? Anything fun? Wait, what happened? How'd that pop out to a new tab? It's weird. Must have dragged it by accident. Okay, so we built that. Let's rerun. Yeah, exactly. Slow tree. Schemathesis is the tool. Ah, we still got a failure. But yeah. Let's do their main site. All right, so the fuzzing is getting us. What? Yep, so we got another issue where we are not doing an enum for params. Oh, wrong place. And yes, I know, we probably could have just like turned, the clanker loose in a loop to keep resolving these. But I don't know. I don't know. Let me get more music on though. And did we even give this album a try the other day? Here we go. Skip that intro song. Oh, this is sounding pretty good already. Yep, this is another one where we need the enum. What sort of value have I seen from fuzzing? So this is fuzzing the OpenAPI specifications. This is making sure that whatever spec we're giving to, an MCP server to build an SDK from, to feed to an LLM, it's to make sure that whatever we're giving is accurate. So how many times have you run into OpenAPI specifications not being correct, right? But then, hold on, this is a flaw. All right, so those should be good. So that was the one failure we got out of that. Oh, two. Oh, undocumented status code. I think that's fine. All right, so we got to rebuild again. Yep. Yeah. So just making sure that whatever you're providing to anyone is helping out. And I'm curious, like, did you build your MCP server from scratch or are you generating it? That would be my next question, because, like, realistically, you could generate an MCP server. I don't know if it's necessarily the right approach, but it could be worth it. Damn, this album's crunchy. I like it. This is good. Required UUIDs for objects which the LLM didn't know what to do with. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Had to add LLM friendly endpoints. Interesting. Oh, we got another fuzz error. Aha! So we're getting a 200 for this post. And yeah, 204 doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Okay, so then experimental features. Where is that again? It's in org. Oh, wait. No, that's the wrong org controller. So update looks like it's correct. Oh, hold on. That's what we say we're doing. No, that looks right. Oh, wait, no, that's updating the org. Yeah. No. Experimental features is here, and we say no content, but we actually return something. So I think that's really just our org response when I think about it. Yeah, okay. So then here we go rebuild again. Will it blend? Damn it. It's the problem with fuzzing. It always catches something. We were so close. Oh, so this is a different one. Okay, so we're missing platform as an enum. Yep. You have 1,000+ tests. It makes it very hard to make changes. I mean, look at what we're doing. The only thing we're changing really is the OpenAPI specification itself, right? So that's the big difference. All we're doing is validating if what our OpenAPI spec says is true. So that's a very different thing. Changing that shouldn't break anything. If it does, then your tests are bad. No offense. I just want to make sure that all of our query params are correct. And it looks like it is. All right, so. And let's do this so I can screenshot it a little better. Fingers crossed. 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 So hold on. Let's double check that. All right, so that's the org user controller. Now, this may be actually uncovering a logic error for ourselves, but we didn't have tests written for that part yet. So that's where I'm messing up. And hey, what's up, Khalid? How you doing over on YouTube? What are we doing? We are basically validating our OpenAPI specification against a tool that does fuzzing. So we get to really like find out if our OpenAPI spec is doing what it says it does. I don't know about you, but I find that to be one of the absolute most annoying things ever. So it's in here. $247 is where they say they found it. Oh, yep. Yeah, so what we actually want to do then. Yeah, we'll do that as a path thing, right? Like, why would accept invite even be exposed, right? That just doesn't make any sense. So this does kind of hint that the MCP server is going to need to be aware of whether an API key is configured or whether OAuth has been done. And it's going to be a separate spec. Yeah. Right? Because if you wanted to invite, maybe like a bot user that has control of that has control of like an email inbox, then yeah, you may want it to be able to set itself up, kind of thing. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. And hey, what up, Headless Headhunter? I wasn't sure if you were streaming today. I would have like shouted you out with the proper shout out, but someone was talking about how they are, like starting to apply for roles and some of that stuff, and we pointed them your way because I have no idea what it's like for someone new to the industry to get a job these days. I have no clue. Nah, it's been over 10 years. Oh, they actually came in. Perfect. Nice. That was 2 craze, right? So yeah, awesome. What were you up to on your stream today? Let me take a look. So yeah, jobs recruiter gets you a job and roasts your resumes. Yeah. Did you end up roasting the resume? Oh, and I just realized, yeah, anyone on Twitter, sorry, I may have missed your messages. And then hold on. You reviewed a bunch of resumes and you streamed longer than you ever had before. How long was it? I'm curious about that. 5.5 hours. Nice. Yeah, and because they're self-taught, it's really hard to break in. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have a 2-year degree, but I'm like mostly self-taught for the stuff I actually do. And it was actually still pretty tough back in like 2014 to get people to give you a chance. Meanwhile, if you had like a bachelor's and you did an internship at like a reputable company, you were set. You were in. But I cheesed my internship by building my friend's e-commerce site for their snowboard shop. It was a legit business. But yeah, if I'd really buckled down and tried to do like a proper internship at a proper company, it would have been better. Yeah, I feel like there was a period in time, like, I don't know, I want to say like 2017 or 18, where it really did seem like boot camp graduates were being given a fair shake. Whereas today, I think they are massively like fighting an uphill battle. But I guess that's the thing about a boot camp, right? Like it at least signals that you're willing to invest and see something through. Yeah, hiring in COVID was weird, and a lot of people that got jobs during COVID are still having a tough time finding other stuff. Like got their first job during COVID. They were some of the first people to be let go, you know? Yeah. But yeah, it's a tough world out there, for sure. Do you have any kind of advice on like how they could get experience? Is like cold emailing companies for internship roles maybe a decent idea? I think location plays a big part of that. Like if you are going to be an intern, you need to go into, you need to go into the office. You have to be enrolled in college or a college like program to get an internship. Is that really true? Is that part of the law? I think that's only true for like non-paid internships, right? Whereas if they give you an internship at minimum wage, that makes it good. Okay, so I get that, but I still think it's maybe worth reaching out to companies, especially ones that aren't the Bay Area. And like maybe even just like smaller companies. Yeah, I think that's a tough one though, because like if you get into like QA and you're good at QA, no one ever wants to like promote you out of QA because it's hard to find good people. Same thing with like, test engineers, support, a lot of that stuff. I think it's really hard actually. If you're actually good at what you do to be capable of being promoted out of it, they don't want to do it because they found a diamond in the rough. Yeah, I don't know. I would say it probably couldn't hurt though, right? To like to just cold email some companies about it, especially like smaller ones. Yeah, 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 exactly. You need an education or to know someone. Yeah. With no CS degree, it won't work. I think that's absolutely true for bigger companies, right? For companies that can afford a recruiter, right? I think there's a whole slew of companies out there. Like, there's the whole like adage that every company is now a software company. Some just don't know it yet. I think there's a lot of companies like that who are just now starting their transition into being software companies, building software for their business processes that could benefit from, you know, like minimum wage internship stuff. But I don't know. You know better than I do. I just think, I don't know. It does feel to me a little bit like there's a bit of a bias towards your experience being at like companies that can afford recruiters, that can pay finder's fees even, for like independent recruiters. I'm not saying like I'm not trying to argue. I'm just curious if there is like if you recognize at least a little bit of that bias or if it's really just nah, like cuz I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm just throwing ideas out there, seeing if they stick. Doesn't exist enough in big enough markets. Well, yeah, that's the whole point though. Like a lot of people aren't in the big markets. Like that's what I'm getting at. Like that's where I think some of the bias is. And I'm not saying plan your entire financial future around it, but if you're just, cold sending resumes, sending a cold email for an internship is about the same effort, you know? Yeah, I don't know if that's the case though, right? Like, I would much rather, personally, if I was hiring, I'd rather hire someone who's built stuff rather than someone who just went through like the college thing. I actually think CS degrees churn out worse candidates. Eh, to a degree. Again, in proper markets, yes. Do you think, the average person in Indiana has that? I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I talked to a lot of people looking for their first job at like Seattle JS even. And not a lot of them have actually built anything. Or if they have, they vibe coded it and they can't explain a single part about how it works. But yeah, I guess that's the thing. But and I also have a very small sample set. Khalid, which boot camp do I recommend for someone new? None of the paid ones anymore. I don't think boot camps are actually looked at favorably, compared to just being self taught. Like you might as well just do the free boot camps like Free Code Camp or Odin Project or 100 Devs or whatever. I don't think the paid boot camps are worth it anymore. That is maybe one thing that boot camps do, though. They force like more like proper building compared to like a CS degree where you're learning, you know, data structures and algorithms. Boot.dev? I don't know. I haven't done any of their courses, so I'm not sure. I almost feel like that dude Lane dislikes me. I don't know. Not sure. But that's just me being paranoid, probably. Yeah, boot dev is definitely more focused on back-endy stuff, in my opinion. I've also heard if you get a course made on boot dev, there's like some good residuals you collect from that. So as far as being a teacher, boot.dev's great. From the people I've at least talked to. Front end masters, also similar. But as far as them being worth the cost, that I don't know. I think at least with boot dev, things are interactive. Yeah, that might be the big thing. Like, if you are building stuff, go out and talk about it, right? At meetups and stuff. Just getting better at talking about your project makes it easier to talk about it in an interview. And talking about it at a meetup, you know, maybe you make a connection where someone's like, okay, cool, this person can talk about their project. I could recommend them internally, kind of stuff. So maybe that's it. Maybe like these days, the most value is going out there and talking to people, right? Yep, sure. All right, let's just rebuild this real quick. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Need to get food. Real quick, though, what are you eating? What's the food? This is a foodie stream in disguise. I'll break the ice. I am going to be doing pork skewers. So basically, I got the pork thawing in the fridge right now. It's rib meat. I'm going to take it, slice it raw, like into like chunks. Take those chunks, put them in a bowl of avocado oil as like the main base thing. Salt, pepper, cayenne powder, paprika, garlic powder, onion powder. Veggies and dressing. Yeah, I mean, it's really easy to make. It's like super easy to make. But yeah, ooh, you want to hear like a really good, easy, like healthy dressing? No, like, no cream, none of that stuff. It's just your lettuce greens, you rinse them, right? Because you're rinsing your veg, right? Maybe don't do the full salad spinner to get them completely dry thing. So you got a little water left over in there. Ginger, salt, and pepper, right? Now, do it easy on the salt, right? Because you don't want to overdo the salt. But ginger and pepper, and then light amount of salt, toss it, and then bam, right? And the water that's left over from rinsing mixes with all that, mixes with the ginger and everything to where it's just like an extremely lightweight dressing. Yeah, I like it. I've been really enjoying it. So, because it's like, it's better than just like the raw veg, you know? Like, ugh. But I only do it with like the greens, so I'm not sure how well it would mix with like other stuff too. Learning how to make brisket in the slow cooker. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like on the fence of whether I want to move closer to the city where I'd be in an apartment where I couldn't get a smoker, or out to the boonies where I'd have like property and I could have like a smoker outside, you know? It is a real quandary. Theoretically, there's indoor smokers, and they're probably not much more expensive than an outdoor one. Like the outdoor ones are pretty spendy too. So I don't know. I'd consider getting one of those at some point. I haven't sold myself on it yet though. Smoking with Chris in the boonies. There you go. Exactly. But yeah, enjoy your food. Let me know how you like that, like, ad hoc salad dressing thing. And yeah, I don't know. I like it. I enjoy it. But I only do it with like, the greenery. I don't do tomatoes or peppers or anything else. I'm just extremely lazy with it. But yeah, enjoy your food. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. For everyone else that joined from the raid, if you're still out there, I get it if you left. No worries. We are. Oh, never tried ginger. It's a good one, man. I think it's pretty solid. But you have to like ginger. Some people really don't. But yeah, the thing we are building, we have our API for Masijo. Let's just rebuild the spec again. We are then validating the OpenAPI specification against Schemathesis. So Schemathesis takes the OpenAPI spec, does a bunch of like testing of the examples, making sure we even have any. It does a coverage check. I don't really know what the coverage check is doing. It then does a bunch of like fuzzing of just like random values into things just to make sure like we respond correctly. And then it does a bunch of stateful tests using IDs that we have set up in the hooks, right? Because, it's going to be like trying to delete stuff. It needs an ID to properly delete. So we can set up a bunch of existing fixtures in the database to validate against. So yeah, our fuzzing passed this time. It's going to do some more fuzzing after this. All right, it passes there. It goes and does it again. Goes and does it again. Fuck. Oh. Okay. This one I'm not so sure is an issue. Let's go double check it, right? So this is creating a new keyword. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on. Is 422 actually the right answer? And yeah, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? And yeah, I'll throw this out there again. I asked earlier, but who here is in the Bay Area? We're gonna have an event at I forget the place, but we're gonna have like a Get Kraken event next Wednesday. Not like, not 2 days from now Wednesday, but a week from 2 days from now. Anyone out there from the Bay Area? You don't necessarily have to say here, but if you do want to get an invite to that event, I'll just give you the link to the RSVP page. Just send me a message on, Twitter, LinkedIn, Discord, Twitch, whatever. And I got you. So just throwing that out there. I'm probably not going to be in town long enough to do much of like a meet people elsewhere kind of thing. Because I got to like fly in, do the event, and then I'm flying out because Chain React is the next day. So that'll be fun. I got to figure out how I want to do this. Like, should I fly out of Seattle or should I drive down to Portland first, fly out of there? It's only like a 2-hour drive to Portland. So I could drive down there. Maybe even do like an early check-in at the hotel. Drop my stuff off in the room. That would be nice, actually. That'd be really nice. Ooh, that would be really nice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll think about that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, is the 422 really the right API code? Okay. I kind of like 402. Payment required. I like that. Yes, let's do that. Ooh, and we need to change this to a maximum of 32. Yeah, so I like the payment required there. So then we just need to document this. Okay, so then keyword controller, create keyword params, keyword value, min length, max length. Cool. All right, so that's running. Let's get another album going. Let's stick with like the crunchy stuff. All right, so then I think this is just in the schemathesis.toml. All right, so we don't spit out any. Well, we could do a 403. 404, yeah. What is 409 again? Conflict. Yeah, I'd say a 409 is acceptable. 422, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Did we rebuild yet? Let's do that just to be sure. I was thinking about, like, oh man, should I. Oh. Okay, so we get another failure there. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Received a 500. Sad panda? What is that about? In keyword JSON. Aha. Okay, so what endpoint is this? This is a put. Yes, this is the update endpoint. So that's going to be the keyword controller. Hmm. So the whole read counts, or like read counts, unread counts. So my theory here is that what we probably want to do is change out from doing the change set thing. Right? We can grab the read unread counts. When we do a create, we can just hard code the response to 0 because that's what it'll be. But when we do this update, oh, and I keep forgetting this album's kind of quiet. Let's turn that one up for you. So my thought is we could make this one single query, but it's not really on the hot path. So I don't necessarily mind making it a slightly slower, like just double query. So we do right, like we can just do this. Updated keyword equals that. Right, and we can just do like the from. Hold on. What am I doing wrong? Oh, from in, not... Oh, no, from in. What am I doing wrong in that syntax? Oh. All right, so there we go. That's part of it. That's not the problem, though. Where is this a tuple? Oh, it's probably this. No? Brainless. You ever seen this error before? Uh, tuples can only be used in comparisons with literal tuples of the same size. But I don't see where I'm doing a tuple. No, so that caret is how you do like an interpolated variable from outside of this query context. So this keyword here is a reference to the keyword being passed in. Yeah, no worries, Burma. That was interesting guess. Hold on. Does it need to be a single equal? No. No, that's right. Like, I just don't see which part it thinks is a tuple. So it's the from macro that it's complaining about. I don't know, maybe I just need to restart the extension host, which in turn restarts expert. Nope. Uh, hold on. There's a merge I'm missing somewhere. Oh. Oh, yeah. So it fails there. Um, isn't it just like merge? I know I'm doing a merge somewhere. Map.merge, that's it. I mean, so we're not doing that, right? Like, if I just do this, we're fine. So it's not that, right? So we're not passing updated keyword into the part that it's complaining about. Now, we should fix that, sure. But that merge is not the issue right now, right? It's complaining about how we're doing this part. Oh, and it doesn't like the repo one. Oh, because yeah, we do that. Yeah, like even without this, we're still getting this error. So it's something to do with this query. I mean, you're definitely right that that's going to be an issue eventually for sure. But it's still just complaining about this part. So here it wraps it in like the parens. Maybe that's the issue? No, it still doesn't like that. Oh, it's this part. Okay. So it's this part doing the where, when instead we should be doing a filter. So count, column distinct, filter. Got it. So instead of where, we do a filter. Oh, we'd have to do kwe.id. Oh. With where my mouse cursor is sitting, that word looks totally different. Instead of counts, it looks like the C shifted to the right. I didn't even intend that. That's just funny. That's just funny. Right? Surprise British or Aussie. I mean, let me double check this, right? We're still doing in keyword event, right? Yeah. Just wondering if the group by would be necessary. No. Oh, and then they do a pipe. Oh. Okay, that was it. All right. Yeah. So I guess counts with a 3 isn't there. Okay. Yeah, good catch. I find it odd that that was the error, though. Like, it seems strange to me that that would be our error. Yeah. Yeah, it almost seems like it's just the wrong error that it reported. Yeah, exactly, Brainless. It's got to be because it was inside of a query, so it's like harder for the LSP to detect it. I don't know. Okay, so now it's the merge issue, right? You know, one we're doing a thing that'll throw, the other we're doing a thing that'll be an okay or error. Likely that the macro swallowed the error. Yeah, that's probably it. All right, but at least here, oh, I guess we do need the parens if we're going to do this piping, right? So that's fine. Yep. Now I'm curious, do you think that's a bug in Expert? Or do we think Elixir LS does the same thing? I'd be curious about that. Yeah, I don't know. But okay. Interested in reproducing it? Yeah, no worries. You playing some games right now? Nice. Which game? More Pal World? Nice. Oh, what game are you going to play with your cousins? Survival Machine. I haven't even heard of that. Okay, so I'm okay turning this into an exclamation point. And then we don't even need to do this. It's just keyword equals. Oh. It's a game another streamer put out. Oh, that's cool. Just to share time. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not entirely accurate. I think I'm okay with it, though. I'm not sure what error that would actually be. I don't think change set error is actually it. You weren't aware it was developed by a streamer? What's the name of the game again? Survival Machine? Okay, so it kind of looks like a Pal World kind of game, but you build on these like Mortal Engine kind of things. It's about zombie management. Like you make zombies into like workers. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, seems interesting. I mean, it seems close to like your kind of game, right, Brainless? I know you're really into those like kind of management kind of games. All right, so then finally that becomes update keyword. Well, I mean, I bet we could just look it up. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this says no. Computer says no. I haven't even seen that. What was that from? Was that Little Britain? What is that reference from? I know it's the dude. I don't remember his name, but the actor was in like he was in Spaced as the artist that was like formerly partners with Brian. The dude was also in that movie Dinner for Schmucks, where he's like, that's my wife's favorite finger or whatever, right? But yeah, I forget what show that's from. Computer says no. It is Little Britain. Nice. What's this actor's name? David Williams. That's it. Yeah, I know I've seen like an episode or two of Little Britain, but I haven't seen enough. So I'm gonna have to watch that at some point, right? But okay, so we should be good. We'll rebuild the spec just again, just in case. Did we nail it? Fingers crossed. Crossed. I saw that movie, Freddy Got Fingered, in the theater. Yeah, will it blend? Right, we get at least like the first pass to work, but then it keeps fuzzing a bit. Ugh. All right, so this is to update a keyword event, but we get a 404. Computer says nope. Yeah, survey says nope. So let's go look at it. I'm almost positive the 404 is mainly like a permissions issue, but we may not have the 404 documented. Yeah, it's saying that it's not found. It doesn't tell us which test that would be specifically. But okay, let's go look at that endpoint. So it's the keyword events controller. It's the update endpoint. Okay. So then real quick. Yeah, that makes sense to me as being the place to fix that. And yeah, we don't have not found there. So we should put not found there. We also needed to add that. All right, so I think for just all of these endpoints, we just do the find and replace for it. Then we got to rebuild. All right, do we think it'll blend? What do we think? Come on, I think it'll be good, right? Come on, how bad could it be? Oh, what would be the question or the category for potato salad? Items you would bring to a potluck. Okay. So this is posting to a keyword event status. I'm not even sure that's something we want to expose. Name something you take on a picnic. Okay. I could see that. And yeah, did someone here ask me if I was going to render ATL? Was that you, Kinslayer? It was someone. Someone asked me if I was going to render ATL. And the answer is actually correct. Yes, I am. There's a fancy event called the Commits, and I am invited to that for a thing. I don't want to dox what it is, but it means I'm gonna have to get like cocktail attire, right? Like cocktail party attire. I don't have any clothes like that. So I'm gonna have to go to like Men's Warehouse or some shit. Wait, so it's saying that this would have to come back as application JSON? Yeah, that's kind of what I figured the tuxedo hoodie should do, right? Obviously. Yeah, exactly. Come on. It's a tuxedo. It looks like a tuxedo and quacks like a tuxedo. It's probably a tuxedo. All right. So, continuing along. Yeah, what do we think the fix for this is? Let me get more music going. But I'm not exactly certain of the right way to fix this. The following media types are documented in the schema. So I'm going to ask the clanker. I'm not so sure about this one. This is a codex problem. All right. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
What does it do? What's it for?
Woo. All right.
What does it do? What's it for?
Oh. All right. Now, you know what? Hold on. We're going to start fresh. We're going to do the same thing, but... God damn it. So it should kick off the diagnosis workflow. Yeah, all right. Like, it really shouldn't need to run the server. Okay, so hold on. One error now? I mean, yeah, we've been getting one error for a while because it just keeps ticking along and doing like fuzzing, and the fuzzing keeps uncovering like an error here and there, which is exactly what it's supposed to be doing. All right, so we're not going to replace anything. Oh. So we're literally saying no response. And then empty response. Yeah, okay. So it's going to be a find and replace. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that part. So yeah, that was a legitimate fix. So yeah, I'm okay with it. And yeah, basically our fuzzing and like everything is getting a good like 4 or 5 iterations into like the repetitive fuzzing, which is awesome. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's going to run all these tests and then it'll do some more fuzzing for us. Ah, son of a bitch. Aha, okay, so this is one where we are doing what looks to me like a create. Doesn't really tell us. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Yeah, yeah. So this is posting directly to lenses. This is a create, which means we need to be doing a 201. And this is for a keyword. Yep. So we documented it as a created, but there we go. Oh, so that's in a schema. Yeah, so we don't care about that in the schemas, but we do care about something there. Put status created. We should be doing location headers. That would probably be a good idea. We are putting created there. Nice. We are putting 201. Let's just do created. Actually, are we doing created or 201 elsewhere? Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of those issues. Yep. So we're doing it in, like, properly in most places, right? So this is perfectly what the fuzzer stuff is for. I'm not so sure this endpoint should even be there, though. That seems like an admin thing. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that being there, but it's not necessarily the goal of what we're doing at the moment. So then let's just double check and rebuild. That way it's not stale. All right, so updating a lens. Oh, action clause error. Hmm. So if we remember what the action clause error ended up causing or being caused by, previously it was that we weren't supporting the put request properly. So let me look at this. And we could turn the clanker loose on it, but again, like, I find a lot of value in understanding the code base at least a little bit still myself. Is that the right thing? No, I'm sure people would yell at me about it, especially on Twitter. But let me think about where this is. This is the keyword lens controller. And it's a put, so we're doing an update. Let's double check. Is there anywhere in here that we could possibly be throwing a 400? No. All right, so there we see name and prompt as the only properties that we allow to be passed there. Org ID, keyword ID, ID are values in the URL, right? So yeah, org ID, keyword ID, and then the keyword lens ID. So let me go look at the router, because we did this block in the router where we define all of our like puts. It's a little gross. It's got to be something to do with this part. So let's go look at the, right, orgs, keywords, lenses, right? We don't put the update in there. And we don't have a put in here. There's no way these are coming through as atoms, are they? And maybe that's the issue because we're trying to pattern match on it? No, that seems right to me. Okay, so then if we look at what they sent... Oh. It's sending an empty object, and it shouldn't because we have it documented that it's required. But we are missing the required. That was it. So that's why it was not matching that one. Okay. And yeah, I think another big reason I'm so adamant about like being in the loop for a lot of these fixes, we've definitely used the AI to like help solve a bunch of them, but we aren't letting it just like go through and do it itself because I need to establish a bit of like muscle memory for running Schemathesis. Like for understanding what some of these errors actually are. I mean, technically, right now it's going to be specifically towards like when we get these errors in Elixir code. So we're going to run into like other issues when we start doing like some of our Lambda based stuff or Cloudflare workers based stuff. That's probably going to be TypeScript or Rust or something else. But I think it still does set up a little bit of just like, my brain's own like pattern matching for some of these failures, right? Now, are we going to be doing this often enough to fully remember everything about it? Probably not. Ooh, okay, man, that went a bunch of iterations. Okay, here we go. Array is not integer. Well, yeah, that's just some bad schema. Man, not a big fan of this song. Let's skip it. So it's the pending event when we try to stop a lens. I'm not sure we actually have start and stop wired up in the UI, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing this, right? So if we go keyword lens controller again, right? We got stop, we got start. So then keyword lens status response. And yeah, this is where we're saying that queued events comes back as a number. Pending events. Yeah, okay, so let's go back up to that. Oh, and yeah, pending events is uh that. And is this a remnant, right? Is the start and stop thing? Is it a remnant from when we were doing the Like the local, like LLM stuff? I think it might be. I think it really might be. Yeah. Let me double check that in the UI. Do we even use start or stop? Right, so we create the stoppable queue. So hold on. Let's start this up and look at things. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so there is a start and stop. Yep. Okay. That's right. Because, yeah, let's say you created a lens after you got a bunch of your events in and you wanted to run it over the previous ones. Yeah, okay. So we do use the start and stop. That's right. Okay, so what are we using pending events for? Okay. All right, all right. So that makes sense. I get it now. I am getting pretty hungry. I think this. Well, hold on. Let's just try this. Uh, so type array items type. Oh, and we just do the schema like that. Okay. So that should fix that error at least. Oh. All right, Fuzzer. So here's a question. While it's doing that, we've got this script that we run. Schemathesis local pi. So we see main for command in plan. Okay. So then, yeah, we go up to the top and there's a bunch of these that get defined. So safe mutations, destructive mutations. For operation in isolated, safe and destructive, and then externally expensive. Got it. So that's where it then starts running these mutations. Okay. One failed. We didn't see after how many attempts. The warnings are not important. Did it really fail on the first fuzz? Wow. First time that's happened in a while. Oh, and now it's the lens pending events. The keyword event response. 0 is not of type array. What? All right, let's get more music going. That was the end of the album. Let's do some more crunch. Oh, so in some cases, oh, so this is a getter for pending event. Okay, so yeah, that's where our getter is incorrect. Aha. Okay, so If we go back to keyword lens controller here, we see keyword lens status response, and that's what we do there too. We do something like that. So if pending events is greater than 0, we spit it out. Okay, so then here on the front end, status actually, let me do this. So here in dashboard, let's go double check. Here in services, right? Get lens status. All right, so that on lens status update. All right, so one thing we want to do, we'll rebuild the OpenAPI specs. From there, we want to build the dev SDK. Okay. So for some of these things, we are spitting out a number. Mm. Hmm. So I'm not sure we need pending events to be the list of events. I think we're only ever using the number value of it anyway. Okay, so yeah, let's look at that on the front end. I just don't want to break the front end. But honestly, like dot pending event, I think we do a loop over them at one point, but that's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it. So we just do it as a number. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so that means we just change the backend to always give us a number, and that is cleaner. Yep, so that stays the number there. Yep, that stays that way. Hold on, let me double check something here. So it's really just the start and stop where we were doing that wrong. Let me just double check this again. Yeah, okay. All right, so then pending events goes there. We're going to do the same thing here. And then here in status, we just undo this part. All right, and then here on the response, we switch this back somewhere. Nope, that stays that way. Lens status stays a number. All right, will it blend? That is the key question. Will it blend? All right. All right, so updating. This is updating an org user. Yeah, some of these would be really nice if they could be like compiler errors or like runtime errors, like right there in the editor, but I can understand how that's a little trickier. I really do feel like OpenAPI specs could do that if it like it's built on the router stuff anyway, right? Like it's built on Phoenix, or at least it seems like it is. It seems to me like it could be a little more heavy-handed. And some of these could be compile errors, and then you'd see them like immediately. I wonder what that warning was. We saw a warning just a second ago. Damn. Okay. So one thing. We'll do this. And then once it's finished, one of these, we'll just, because I want to get a screenshot, you know? And yeah, like the rerunning of the fuzzing, that's a separate thing. That's only because we've got some other stuff. And yeah, what's up, Cobra Chicken? Was I a little too loud? Did I yell in your ear? All right, so we'll quit that out because we're good there. Kimmy goes hard right now. Yeah, I can understand that sentiment. It's not perfect. But yeah, I just haven't used it in any like major coding uh, facility. No, and I get that. Where are you using it through? Did you pay for a Kimmy subscription like pretty immediately? Because I heard they were rate limiting who can sign up and get access to those. But yeah, I guess the big thing I'm talking about is in Gitbench, Kimmy actually performs kind of shitty. Oh, I'm going to need to run another thing. Hold on. We'll just select all. But yeah, so Kimmy K3, you know, it's getting like on average a 90%, which isn't terrible, but it's not fucking, you know, it's not the top of the leaderboard. But I guess another thing to recognize is that At 90%, it's still performing better than Fable. You know, which is pretty solid. And honestly, like, is being good at Git stuff really that important? I don't know. Not really. It's not the end of the world. It's just still like interesting to see which one of these things like one shot their tests. Because technically, like some of the ways that like Luna and some of these other models fail on an example of like the work tree usage is they flip the order of like the path and the commit ish that you want to like reference, which is like the branch or whatever, right? They flip those things, which would fail and be like, oh, not found, and then it would understand its problem and go back and fix it, right? But how many tokens would it burn to do that? Probably not that many, but how many other things is it like trying and failing and then burning tokens doing the same work twice because it messes up something simple because it doesn't understand the instructions well enough, you know? So I think that's one of the more interesting things about this, right? So yeah, anyway, just thinking out loud, but god damn. All right. So hold on. On a Xeon 6 terabyte platform and it's good at Excel and browser use is dangerous. When you say browser use is dangerous, what do you mean by that? I mean, it seems to me like Excel is something that we would expect it to be really good at, right? Like, I want computers to be good at Excel. I don't want to sit in an Excel spreadsheet all day. Macros. Sure. Again, I feel like it should be really good at that. Like that seems like what I would expect it to be good at. To me, that doesn't seem like a differentiator where like people would be expected to be better at some point. And who's Marco? Polo? Oh, man, woo! I can't believe we got Schemathesis fully tested against our API spec. So let's do a little bit of research on what we think, you know, best way to generate SDKs from OpenAPI spec, right? Has anyone really found a good example of this yet. You're saying it's affordable to run now? Nice. I still don't know about that, Cobra. Like, CAD software may have killed the job of manual drafting, but we still have architects. You know? I don't think so. I don't believe the hyperbole, man. It's good, and I like using it, but I don't know, man. I think you mean a corporation can dissolve a whole middle layer and then create more jobs for other things. So, yes, Cobra Chicken. Drafters, they lost their jobs. They're still architects, they're still civil engineers, you know? Back before the calculator was invented, you had humans who had the job of calculator, basically. They were bookkeepers. Well, yeah, bookkeepers lost their jobs, but there's more accountants than there've ever been, right? I think that whole dissolve the middle layer misses the fact that when jobs disappear, other jobs spring up. That's the whole fucking point. I do not believe the hyperbole, man. They aren't. The replacing us is replacing us with actually like offshore workers more than anything. They still are massively overemployed from how many devs we had before COVID. You know? Cobra Chicken, I think you are just swallowing the fucking doom and gloom from people who really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The convenient thing is to blame AI for laying people off because doing that doesn't affect your stock price. So blaming AI when you outsource or when you fire people that you had too many of anyway, it's just CEOs being CEOs. It's just them appeasing their board of directors. Look at it this way, Cobra Chicken. You have spell correction at your fingertips right now, and it seems like you refuse to use it. Does that fuzzy analogy make any sense to you? Because it should. Yeah, no, I think you're just bullshitting us. Like, dude, just because you drank the Kool-Aid doesn't mean we have to. Like, I don't know, Cobra Chicken. Who is they? I don't know. Cobra Chicken, relax. You are being not very fun to talk to. Like, your AI psychosis is really annoying right now. Like, take it easy, dude. But let's get some music going. Oh, actually, let's do this song. Here we go. But I'm really curious. When you say they are skimping on power, who is they? And what do you mean by power in this context? Yeah, exactly, Swiss tourist, right? Effectively, the job of translator has gone away in like the major context that we can think about it. But you know what? Rich people still pay a person to be their translator because it's a better experience than an AI translator still. If you can afford the better thing, you pay for the better thing. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. I mean, at the end of the day, you still need someone to be a liability firewall. And AI can't do that. Right? For business. Right? For a case like working in a hospital where a bad translation kills people. Okay. So, Cobra Chicken, you're talking about Intel is skimping on power? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Cobra Chicken, I like to drink the whiskey or whatever too. But you are not maintaining any coherent argument at the moment. What the fuck does that have to do with your other arguments? Like, I don't know, man. Chill. Chill. And again, Cobra Chicken, there still needs to be a liability firewall. When the AI fucks up, you can't just blame the AI. How long do you think it'll be before we can legitimately blame the AI? Never. And that's fine, Cobra Chicken. I don't get what your fucking point is. I'm gonna start ignoring you. At least for tonight, because you're not making coherent statements. And Rich, make you a Twitch mod? I mean, I can make you a YouTube mod. I don't know what that means. And you can do that, Chillpine. I'm saying you can't do it legally. Legally saying, well, I didn't do it, the AI did it. Good luck with that one. Good fucking luck with that one. I get that, Rich. For some reason, it thinks this is your first time chatting, which I didn't think it was. Thought you've chatted before. But a follow since June 11th of this year. I'm sorry, mods need to have stuck around a lot longer. Sorry. So yeah, to be a Twitch mod takes a lot more. YouTube mod, I don't know how I can see that kind of loyalty thing. Oh yeah, and that's fine, Chillpine. Honestly, you're gonna blame the AI no matter what, even if you didn't use AI. You make a manual like pull request, right? You make a manual pull request, and you get roasted in the comments on the PR. You know what? Yeah, sorry, the AI must have hallucinated that part. My bad. Side eye, right? Like the bear side eye thing. Yeah, I totally get that, Chillpine. That makes a lot of sense. I guarantee there's people that do that. Shit, I'd blame it, Why not? It's easier that way. But yeah, so picking back up, Speakeasy, I think, wants to be a dick about generating API stuff. How does LibLab do? And I don't know why, but when I read the name LibLab, I hear it in Timmy's voice. LibLab! And the lords of the underworld. No, I am not migrating to the fucking Postman CLI. Son of a bitch. Weren't these guys open source at one point? Okay, well at least their SDK generator is not terrible. Like as far as that goes. Dude, the MCP generator though, that's insane. Oh, because it's a remote MCP? Yeah, I don't give a shit about a remote MCP. We're gonna do it CLI style. It's 100 MCP calls a month. Like, what? Come on. How's that even useful? That's bullshit. Fuck no. And hey, what's up, Blaze? How you doing? Yeah, so this is where they want to do like a proxy. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not so sure. So I guess this is a big example, right? Like, we don't need access to the file system. So an MCP server does kind of make sense. Ooh, yeah. So I don't know. I think a remote server would make a lot of sense. We're just trying to think whether I should do a like a local or a remote MCP server for Masijo. If we do a local one, it's easier to maybe generate skills. But honestly, skills should be composed anyway. And really, like, I think our users would be the ones to create the skills. They'd probably use AI to create the skills, which would be fine. So then just exposing the API makes sense. I guess the big thing with an MCP server is doing like the OAuth elicitation thing. And I think you can do that from remote or local. I don't know if it matters. So at this point, I'm not sure what the main fix would be. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is something that I kind of want to like sit and stew on. And honestly, should the MCP server really be just generated from the SDK or generated from the OpenAPI spec? Or are we better off like fine tuning the tools available? Right? For like specific like usage and flows. I guess theoretically we could do both. Yeah, Claude Web. Hmm. I guess. Hmm. Hold on. I'll reply to that in a sec. Um, but okay. I think we have a lot to stew on, and I think I kind of want to just let the brain churn on it overnight. But man, we made a lot of progress. Our OpenAPI spec is fully tested, fully fuzzed, all that. Like, dude. 3,100, almost 3,200 test cases. I'm curious what the skipped one was. And we did see a warning somewhere in one of these. I'm wondering if maybe, hold on, let's look at our script again. Where's that 21 value coming from? Yeah, so we don't hard code that anyway. I guess I'm curious why it's not doing everything. Yeah, we'll probably want to double check how we're doing some of this stuff, right? Because I'm willing to bet like the 21 is really just like the count of these, right? So 37 to 53, that's 16. Wait, hold on. 37 to 53. Yeah, 16. Even if it's 15 and I'm like counting one wrong. This is 9, right? So that adds up to more. And then 10. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that 21 value is coming from here. 21 of 47. Yeah, I might double check and check with the clanker tomorrow about that. But yeah, I do think we got a lot of good stuff done today. Let's figure out who we go raid. because I'm getting hungry, right? These pork skewers aren't going to cook themselves. And yeah, I'll be over on Gaming Stream. I know I got some work to do. But also, we could play some games too. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, who's streaming? We see a lot of game dev. Nothing totally wrong with that. We see Samir. Oh, Dev's gone. Well, yep. We could raid Dev. I don't know if they're actually that active at the moment. Right? Like, they're doing like a podcast recording. See AI engineering. Let's double check. Let's see if there's someone else in the category that we should raid to. We haven't raided Midnight Simon in a while. Doing some leak code, practicing C++. Schemer codes. Doing some Laravel PHP. Oh, but yeah, I don't know. They don't have a camera. We haven't rated Midnight Simon in a while. Let's do that. It looks like, yeah, he's probably going to be there at least a little bit longer. So yeah, we're going to go raid Midnight Simon. Oh yeah, his keyboard looks nice. I have those keycaps for sure. I don't think I have them mounted on anything, but I know I have those keycaps. But anyway, so yeah, we're going to go raid Midnight Simon. That means I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube and the Twitter crowds. Thank you, Rich, for hanging out over there. I'll figure out how to mod someone on YouTube. Not quite sure how to even do that. I need to really like up my game on the YouTube streaming stuff, like have some commands and things like that. So yeah, I'll have to think about that. We'll figure it out. But thank you all for watching over on Twitter and YouTube. Oh, wait, did it not do the raid? Did a mod cancel it by mistake? Did I forget to do it? Unless he has mods, like, raids turned off. I feel like it would have warned us, though. Yeah, I must have clicked a button by accident or something. So yeah, we're going to go raid. So I'm going to stop the Twitter and the YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out over there.